Sorry to say, I have to have the air conditioning on. It's so hot in here. Oh my gosh. So warm today. Also, hi, we're back on my PC. This is my, oh my god, hold on, let me mute you. This is my first time hearing the microphone. How does it sound? Is it loud enough? We've got a little kiwi with us. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and switch my camera on. Hopefully I'm not clipping. Too bad. Hello. How does everything sound and look? Yes, new camera angle. What do you think? I put my TV a little more behind me instead of to the side, so we're a little more personal, like the lo-fi streams. Taking my feedback in stride. I feel like maybe it's just me. Let me know if anything looks or sounds delayed. And if not, let's get started. We've got tarot cards here today. Let's hold up a few for the thumbnail. Oh, we've got a kiwi here, hiding down here, looking so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll hold up some of the cat tarot. This one is nice. How is everyone's Thursday going today? I like being a lot closer to the camera again. You guys have been far away from me. And it's about time that I figured out a close-up DSLR camera angle. It took me like 30 minutes, but I really like it. I think it looks good. I like that you can see a little bit of the light back there. Just picking out some cards that I like the colors of for the thumbnail. And you're welcome to pose for the thumbnail as well, if you want. Don't forget to say cheese. Ready? Cheese and crackers. What a lovely day it is today, August 28th, 2025. At least for me. I'm sure for some of you it is now the 29th, and congratulations, you are in the future. Oh, I'm still living in the past, and that is where we are going to be doing these readings from, the past. I did get, thank you, Slam. We'll get you on the list. I did get a Cash App reading from Dakota. I'm not sure if you guys have corresponded or not since Shelby, but cool. Alright, I didn't look at the list yet, so let me go and do that right now. Okay. So, because this is a public question, I'm going to go ahead and read it out loud. Just triple checking that that's okay with you, Dakota. Whew. Triple checking. Alright. This reading says, I've been working hard towards a passion that I've had since I was a kid, and I'm starting to get a little bit of traction with it, but I'm questioning whether I'm doing the right thing or not. My mom has MS, pretty bad. I'm so sorry to hear that. And she used to get a lot of help from the government because she can't work due to her illness. I made enough money living with her that they took pretty much all of it away from her, and I moved out 3 years ago to get out on my own, and I thought she would get all that help back, but she never did. And she's been struggling with mental health. I can't help but feel very, very guilty for moving out. She is rooting for me every day to pursue my dream, but I still feel like I did the wrong thing. Did I make the right choice? Well, that's a heavy question. And regardless of if it was the right or the wrong choice, guess what? Unfortunately, the one thing I can't do, well, actually there's a lot of things I can't do, so let me rephrase that. One of the many things that I am unable to do here with these readings is change the past. And because everything is already said and done, I think it would be slightly more productive to try and ask ahead for something in the future. Does that sound good to you? That's what I would personally recommend. Wonderful. Okay. So, instead of did you make the right choice, let's try and figure out what right choices you can make moving forward from this position. What are your options that you're considering? Are you looking to potentially move back in? Or are you definitively knowing you're going to stay on your own and you're just kind of trying to figure out how to deal with this guilt that you feel? Also, I agree with you, Brandon. It sounds absolutely terrible. I had a coworker that had MS, and she had to stop working at the job because she just couldn't walk anymore, and her disease progressed within like a month and a half to that point from her feeling okay, every day. So it happens quickly, and I know MS is a very, very hard disease. Trying to figure out how to deal with the guilt mainly. That makes sense. Got a little hair on my nose. Well, deck of choice, I believe. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. And I'm also hi, Kiwi. I hope that she eventually gravitates over there. I'm for sure gonna pull some cards from here. We're gonna have to see about the other decks, but I know I want one from this deck. Or two. Or even three. Is that better? I didn't adjust it from the starting screen, and I usually have it pretty loud. I think, sorry, that was loud. I think in this context, MS means multiple sclerosis, but I could be wrong. I don't think it's mitochondrial syndrome, though. Yeah, it means multiple sclerosis. Oh, Kiwi. Oh, wow. I wish you guys could see her. She's got her hands up like this, and she's licking herself. And she, like, punched the air. You're silly. They're always so cute, just slightly off camera. Just slightly. Of course. Are the personal readings free? Just curious. You can sometimes snag a free reading if a generous community member has gifted a reading and they decide they don't want it. We usually use those for the community. They come at the end of the stream. We don't have any right now, but just saying, that happens. Otherwise, no, they're not free. Thank you for asking that. Good question. I'm just shuffling the cards right now, in case you couldn't tell. Alright. Dakota, I'm gonna have you pick between deck number 1 and deck number 2. We have 1. And we have 2. Nice and close up today. 1 or 2. Hi, I'm French. Hello. Number 1. Okay. Splitting that again. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 2. Alright. And let's see, I think we should be able to spread these. Card number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. I'm gonna have you pick, honestly, as many cards as you're inclined, but at least 2 to 3. So 2 to 3 cards out of these 11. And again, this is for Dakota. I'm gonna have to close my blinds in just a second here. The light is very bright. That's one nice thing about the iPhone. It adjusts automatically. Oh, you know what I could do? 5, 8, and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Wait, was that 4 or 5? Well, either way, that one's coming out. 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 11, 10, 9, 8. There we go. I think my card just fell in my hand. Pretty sure I grabbed the right one. Also, let me close these. Look at your little bit. You're so cute. Alright. Whew. Interesting, interesting. Are you ready? Wow. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Are you ready? This is kind of crazy. Like it always is, but this one's crazy. Okay. So we're gonna come back to this. But your first card is just flat out no. We've got a lot of thunder, lightning. Wait, postpone, pause, say no. Okay. We're gonna come back to this. Then, this one's so interesting. I got Star Mother. How can you mother yourself? Which obviously in this context is very interesting. How can you mother yourself? And then this one's very straightforward in messaging. You're already doing it. Stop overthinking. Keep facing your true north. We've got this person all by themselves up here. It looks like they've kind of traveled a long way to get there. There's still a ways to go, but you're already headed in the right direction. Very interesting, and let's go ahead and break these down with the guidebook. I think this is interesting. I have my own personal feelings on what this could mean, but for now, I'll just read the guidebook. And then I'll tell you if I think I was right. Let's start with the Star Mother. Card number 48. Excuse me, page number 48. How can you mother yourself? You are more held than you could possibly imagine. And when you think and hear all of these things, I want you to also remember that this applies to your mom and her mom. This is universally true. If it's true for you, it means it is true for your mom, right? You are more held than you could possibly imagine. Loved and cherished so dearly that if you knew, you would not spend 1 second of your life in separation, worry, or fear. Let the mother carry your burdens. Let her rock away your fears. Lay all of your worries, regrets, shame, and guilt on her altar. Please, please, sweet child, do not fear. You are love in motion. If you allow it, you are already healed. Let her remind you of your goodness. Let her love away your fears. Your capacity to love and hold others is limited to your capacity to love and hold yourself. Be compassionate with your sweet body, mind, and soul. Treat yourself like the beautiful spirit that you truly are. Remind yourself that you are doing your best and try not to carry it all on your own. You have got this, and the mother has got you. Let her broad arms take away your burdens. Let her lift the weight of the world off your shoulders and forgive yourself. Let me repeat that. Forgive yourself, my dear sweet child of the earth. How can you mother yourself? I would say in this instance, it's trying to hold space and compassion for that forgiveness and the healing to take place. I want to return to this. No. I want to return to no. I'm sure it's very straightforward, but we're still going to visit the page just to see what it says. I would fair to say this card is more of a call for the pause versus saying no to anything. But part of pausing is saying no to things that might distract you from that pause. But I think that the pause is what this is really calling attention to. It's trying to say, hey, now's a good time to take a look at certain aspects of the situation and yourself that may have one time or another served a purpose, and yep, they're still here and they no longer do that or serve any purpose. So it's time to pause, reflect, and maybe get rid of some things like shame, guilt, for the past that you can't change. Because remember, you're only able to meet the support, love, capacity for others that you've met with yourself. And if you're constantly feeling riddled with shame and guilt, I don't think you'll be able to show up very well for anyone else, So, you are being called to either pause or say no, big no. Saying yes to something that isn't in alignment with you. Thank you, Mario. I'll wait for Brian. You are being called to either pause or say no, because saying yes to something that isn't in alignment with you will drain your energy and your time. True. Hold out for a congruent, aligned 100% yes. Often, when we are looking for guidance to make a decision, it can be frustrating not to move into clear and considered action. However, timing is everything, and not receiving clear guidance is actually guidance in and of itself. We all go through times known as waiting periods. These times are crucial for our body to regenerate, the new path to formulate, and the universe to begin creating things on our behalf. You don't need to be plowing forward all the time to move forward. A potent, congruent yes when the time is right will put you ahead leaps and bounds. Don't force things now just because it seems like the only option. Take a breather and wait. The waiting is actually very productive. For when the time for movement comes, you will be ready to dive right in. Use this time to regenerate and ponder what you truly want. Consider the options. If the options are not clear, don't fear, because this time is a gift. Use it to tend to your garden and take a rest. To take a moment from your busy life to clear the decks and prepare for the time in the future. For come spring, clarity will bloom and you will have the reserves, space, and drive to say yes and act and move quickly. So, no big decisions right now. Pause, reflect, figure out what you truly want. Then, when the time is right, you will know exactly what to say yes to, and everything will move very quickly as you say yes. Okay. Well, lastly, you're already doing it. A very reassuring sentiment to receive. I feel like there might be more than meets the eye, but perhaps not. This card reads, "Stop overthinking. Keep facing your true north. Do not question things so much. You are on the right track, and you are facing the right way. Stop overthinking it. It's happening. And you are closer than you think. You are exactly where you need to be, and things are moving at the perfect speed. Do not rush it. The same as the last card. Do not rush it. It sounds like there is a very clear, reminder that it's not a good idea to make decisions out of haste, out of stress, out of worry, anything less than a full aligned, enthusiastic yes, that's what's right. So whatever you're contemplating, feeling with the situation with your mom, now is not the time to act on anything. You just need to sit, think about it, really figure out what you personally want, and figure out how to best take care of yourself right now so you can really show up for your mom, so you can be a better mother to your mother. Anyway, back to the fact that you're already doing it. Now is not the time to be impatient. Now is the time to walk steady. There is no rush. Let me repeat that. There is no rush. What you are building is being built. What you have planted soon will blossom. With every new day, a new brick is being laid. You have come a long way. The foundations are steady. Now, all that is needed is for you to trust and keep walking forward. If a thought that things should be moving faster enters your head, that is just your ego comparing your rising to someone else. Comparison is not your friend. Stay in your lane. Water your own garden, knowing that your time to bloom will come soon. You are already doing it. Keep going. How are you feeling after that? Raging. Thank you for your super chat. It sounds like your work, you said. What do you do? Being a father to your mother. Isn't that right, Kiwi? Sleepy girl. Did anyone else feel like that reading applied to them? I felt like as I was reading it, it could very well be applicable to more than one person. Hello, Rabbit Head.
Their Rabbit Head just resubscribed for 2 months.
Happy 2 months. I have been well. How have you been? Thank you so much. I kind of have those thoughts in my head. I just never really grasped them for some reason. That happens. Hello, ma'am. Hey, she's going back. That's nice. That's her favorite spot. Oh, she's going to sleep perfectly on the camera. I love when she does that. Mining for gold. That's really cool. Could you send me some raw gold? I'll buy it from you. And then I'll cast it into something really special. Where do you mine? Did you get a cash app from Chris? Probably. Yeah, I did, for a general reading. Thank you, Chris. And thank you for paying on Cash App. To those of you that can't, that's okay. But I appreciate it when you do. That's okay, Dakota. You don't have any obligation to respond to people in a timely manner. You can take your time and you can always get back to them whenever you're ready. That's okay. The chat moves very fast sometimes. Red Boy from you, just gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much. Well, I'll be. What's the occasion? Whoa. I used to do a thing where gifted subs count as readings. I would say 10 gifted could count. If you want a reading. You don't have to take one though. You guys are funny. Oh, thank you. I need the rings to come back soon. Soon. There will be new rings, new designs. I'm very excited. Just wait. Patience. Have you lost anyone in your life? I have. I've lost a few people. I'm sure most of us here have lost at least one person. My grandpa died in 2023. Almost 2 years ago. Crazy. Time flies. But not really. The 2 years without him felt and feel much longer than the almost 25 that I got with him. That's true. I did. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was his time, I suppose. It's still very sad, though. I remember him fondly. And I remember him often, so I can't ask for much more at this point. I never knew most of my grandparents. That happens. I only had one set that I was really acquainted with. apologies. I don't mean to make you tired. Alright, let us move on to Slam. What could I expect in the upcoming last 4 months? This can apply to all of us. I think we're getting down. No, yeah, 4 months. Whew, good. I thought we still have 4 months of the year left. I don't know why I thought we only had 3. Just skipping ahead for no reason. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That would be really unfortunate timing. Bobby Sins or Snides. Sometimes my letters mix up. Bobby Snides said, "How do I get a reading? I normally have it on the screen. I'm so sorry that I don't today. But you can donate and use !tarot in the chat to see the rules and figure out if that's something that you're interested in or not." Didn't mean to bump you. Brandon, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Congrats. Tanners.
They have given 430 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, I didn't mean to click cancel. Yo, Pulak. Thank you so much. I like how Brian says your name. That's how I'm gonna say it. Pulak. Thank you so very much. I like the lighter color better. I really, really appreciate that. And you could also get a reading if you would like, as I said earlier, to Red Boy. Golden? No way. Lord Endarian. Thank you very much. Let's get you on the list. Please. Yay. Exciting. Oh, thank you, Slam. Push the hype train. How nice of you. Let's get to your reading. And you said you wanted the karma cards, correct? So we'll do an outcome. Golden Kappa Heart Train, so fun. It's been a while since we've done one of those. Thank you, Mario. Are we cool? Are we good from yesterday? I'm feeling better today. Hopefully you're feeling better. Okay, good. Red Boy said Twitch chat, can I get a wave? I agree, Twitch chat and YouTube chat, can I get a wave? Can I get a hey? You can also send a 7. I know not everyone has emotes or emojis. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to the gold Kappa. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. I always forget to binaurally shuffle. Just want to give this side some attention. Ooh, that's nice. Yo. Exciting. Let's get you on the list for a reading. Thank you, Johnston. Love seeing all the sevens. It makes me so happy. Just out of curiosity for how synchronized our algorithms might be, how many of you saw the video of the guy saying that we should all change our profile pictures to Clippy? Do you guys remember Clippy from Microsoft back in the day? Did anyone else see that? Just curious. Yo!
Gabriel Hall just gifted 7 subs.
Thank you. You did not know. Alright, so we're not synced after all. Good to know. See? It was a test. Looks like you're trying to make a 90s reference. Let me help you with that. I did change my Google PFP to Clippy. Someone said they saw it. Did you change your profile picture? Well, I was gonna piggyback off of that by saying, regardless of if you saw that or not, here's my separate plea to tell you, if you feel so inclined, to add a nice, couple 7s into your username just to make me smile. That'd be great. If you changed your whole username, no, don't do it. But every now and again, I just love 7s. I just love that number. They're so satisfying to me. I don't know why. It feels like how I imagine people when they're gambling feel when they get the jackpot with all the 7s. But I get to have that with no money involved. Just seeing the number makes me feel happy. So, Dakota. I'm really glad that we could get such a good reading with just 3 cards for you. I was fully expecting to have a follow-up, but as soon as I saw all of them, I was like, no, this is definitely the reading. And Slam, this is your reading. Would you like to pick the cards for the next 4 months, or would you like me to choose them? Up to you. The last number of my personal phone is 7777. That's awesome. I write it with the line in the middle, personally. Yay! Diamond, thank you so much. I'll let you choose for us. Alright. Whew, big task. I was hoping you were gonna choose, but I'll do it. Alright, the next 7 months, I will hold these behind me so I can't see, and I'll choose with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I'm gonna go with 8. This one right here. CG Bill, happy 11 months. This one right there. Alright, next deck. I'm gonna shuffle these a couple more times. Not looking. I wish I was a magician so I could do a cool card trick for you. Is this your card? Is this your card? And then I was like, oh, and I pull it out of my mouth and I'm like, is this your card? I pull it from behind Kiwi. Is this your card? Oh, it's not? Stay right there and close your eyes. Alright, next set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12. I think number 1. It was either that or between 9 and 10, but I think number 1. There's a train going by, in case you hadn't heard it. I'm sure you did, but in case you didn't, you were right. That is a train. 20 cards later. Is this your card? I have to go through a whole different deck. I go through all 52. It's still not their card. 1, 2, 3. And sirens? Oh, it's a crescendo. It's a crescendo. It's the hype train coming to an end. It was the full celebration for it. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let's do this one. What number is this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, are we ready? Oh yeah. You're from New York, so you like the train? 33. And we ended on level 7. It's a magical little day here. It sounds kind of like dial-up. You've got mail. 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 It was more like that. You've got mail. You've got mail. He was a little more enthusiastic, I feel like. You had dial-up? I did. I did have dial-up. Can you believe I'm old enough? We have a community reading gifted from a member. If you would like a reading and cannot afford one, please whisper Sinchobi and he will pick out the best one at random. Alright. I partially blame my knowledge of the early internet on irresponsible teenagers and adults. I was very, very young, don't get me wrong, to understand these concepts, but I would be like, what's that? Let me see, show me. And I just wouldn't take no for an answer. So they would, let me see, and then I would go home and I would type in .com, whatever the website, and I would make an account. Because there was no age verification. And it was really easy. And, that's how I've been on the internet since, 7. 7 or 8. I'm not proud of it. I've seen a lot of things that I'm sure you guys have seen that most of us did not want to see and would not watch again. But I remember dial-up. Let's just say that. Alright. We have the North Node in Virgo in the 12th house. Very interesting polls for the next 4 months. Let's see what they say. Spiritually, there will be methods for the healing power of your faith. Ooh. There will be methods for the healing power of your faith. Mentally, there will be success from the analyzing of hidden tendencies. Success from the analyzing of hidden tendencies. Physically, there will be benefit resulting from the perfectionism of large institutions or overwhelming events. Ooh. I will say we are in Virgo season right now as we speak, so this is pretty special. The North Node is a very positive card. It usually is the same thing as like, yes, woohoo, heck yeah. There will be success, benefit, like very positive card. So positivity coupled with precision. Virgo is very precise. Virgo is very calculated, analyzing perfectionism, methods for healing, right? Methods in the madness. So we have positivity coupled with precision, coupled with the 12th house, which, for fun, I'm gonna go back to a place I rarely go, which is the guidebook for the karma cards, and this actually has all of the cards individually broken down, and we don't normally come and read them, but I really want to go into the 12th house and read about it for a second, because all of the houses are important and they all mean something different, which means when you pull them, there is meaning. So, look at the 2nd and the 12th house are coupled together. Well, sorry for those lines. The 1st house is the most personal house, and both the 2nd house, both the 2nd house, which is the slice of pizza below the 1st house, and the 12th house, which is the slice above the 1st house, represent other mundane or worldly areas of life that are strictly personal. So, positivity, precision, personal. I like these. We have the 3 P's. Positivity, precision, personal. Okay? I'm gonna skip to the 12th house. And it says, while the 1st house represents the outer you and how you project yourself into the world, the 12th house is even more personal. The 12th house represents the inner you and how you do not want to project yourself into the world. The 1st house is the you that you want to be, the you that you want to be known as, while the 12th house is the you that you don't want to be known as. Traditional astrologers have often called the 12th house the house of secret fears, secret enemies, and our own self-undoing. And the origin of this is obvious. Any person who is not aware that we all have self-doubt in our personality, and, to make matters worse, who dwells too much on their own self-doubts, acts in a weakened, self-defeating manner that creates suspicious enemies along the way. This does not mean that every person with a planet in the 12th house acts in such a manner. It does indicate that there is an added, usually hidden dimension to this person's personality, the exact nature of which is symbolized by the qualities associated with that planet. The 12th house has come to be associated with all things that tend to negate our ego. Some religions and other large institutions in which individuals have only a small part, such as the government, the military, large corporations, hospitals, and prisons, are 12th house matters. It rules the studio rather than the stage, and emphasizes the need for privacy. Since the horizon line divides the 1st and the 12th houses, a person, okay, this is just extra astrology stuff. The bottom line is positive, precision, personal, and with secret hidden pockets for another P word. But again, it seems like there's gonna be some good inner revelations happening that also come out to play in a larger sense, maybe because of all the personal growth that's being done. Let's read some action steps. I'm excited. Let's see what we can do to help achieve this. We need to spiritually have faith in the serving of others, seeking oneness with all there is. Have faith in the serving of others, seeking oneness with all there is. Mentally, do not worry about the details of philanthropy. Do not worry about the details of philanthropy. Physically, now is the time to do what you must do and keep your involvement hidden. So, I feel like this is calling us all individually to quietly reassess ourselves, come into a deeper understanding internally, and then start to, from that place of knowing ourselves, make these, quiet decisions about how we're going to go about the world differently. Patriotic Seal, thank you. Is that for a reading? Be sneaky, not necessarily. Be private. Sometimes sharing things before they're ready, or before people are ready for them, moreover, can cause them to get sabotaged or, just thrown off track a little bit, thrown off their normal course of action, of destiny, had they, let's say, been kept to just you and your own devices for as long as they could be, as long as possible. So I think, again, there's a certain emphasis on quietly making decisions for yourself with the purpose of being a better person for humanity, being a better service member to the collective whole, but not necessarily feeling like you need to be getting any praise for it. And even more so, being very intentional about keeping a lot of those decisions private, internalized, knowing that it matters the most that you know, no one else. And I would fare to say that the more private these decisions are able to be, the more confident you'll be able to become in making them publicly when the time comes. So, part of the privacy is so you don't back out when the actual event comes to pass. So you're not chicken, toes dipped in the cold water, ready to run. You've taken your time to slowly wade in, flinching, maybe looking a little silly, but in a spot where no one's watching. And you know you can get comfortable. with the temperature in the water before you start splashing around. Ah, the metaphor just unfolded itself, didn't it? So privately, work on yourself. Privately, come to these conclusions. Privately, solidify the beliefs in those conclusions. And then eventually know there will come a time to pass where you will need to publicly be able to confidently stand by and present those. And, you know, not feel regretful of doing so. Because you've taken your time. I like that. I like that. Hi, no worries. Welcome in anyways. Thanks for making it when you were able to. I forgot to get a glass of water today, and we are about an hour in. I'm getting a bit thirsty. I can see my lips are a bit dry. I would love to go get a glass of water. I would love for you to do the same. Kiwi is feeling similar. I'm sure when I leave you'll be able to see her nice and HD. So I'm gonna go ahead and really quickly go get a drink of water to bring in here. And I'll be back for the next reading. Thank you for that one, Slam. Before I go, why don't we take screenshots of these cards? Since this was technically for all of us. Oh, there we go. All right. I'll be right back in a moment. Feel free to get yourself anything you need, get cozy again, and we will reconvene for another hour or two. Stay tuned. brought all of my employees here today. We're having a little work meeting. Oh. Vivi's coming to lay by me. Oh, and Kiwi wants to leave. She's like, oh, well, my special time is over. I guess I'll be leaving. Oh, bye, Kiwi. All right. I will not be doing any glove triggers today. We are doing personal readings right now. But next week, I can do that. And I might think about making a TikTok or something about it. Vivian. That is so mean and also nice. How can you be both so feisty and so cute? You're so cute. All right. Are you ready, Miss Lady? No, she's leaving too. Ow. Mario says, hi, Nick. Oh no. I'm glad you're feeling better. Mario says, I'm seeking insight into a belief that I've carried for so long that it now feels indistinguishable from truth. It may have been shaped by repetition, survival, or the quiet reinforcement of habit and environment. I want to understand what idea or conviction has embedded itself so deeply in my psyche, not because it's inherently valid, but because I've rehearsed it into familiarity. What belief am I holding on to that deserves to be questioned, re-examined, or released? Are you kidding? I feel like I just got boy-catted. Wow. 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 It's too deep. They all left. Come on, boy-catted? That was pretty good. Meeting over. Heartbreaking, isn't it? Times 3. Times 3. Back to back. They didn't even spare me like a couple minutes in between. Oh my gosh. Follow the cute ladies. He has the right idea. I mean, those are his siblings, but sure. They do stick together. That's true. Alright, well. Does this have a deck of choice? It does. Are you sure you don't have a preference? If not, I'll choose. I'm just curious. I feel like you normally would. Especially for something this important. Big question. They all ran. I don't have a preference. Alright. We are gonna revisit these cards and the Rose Oracle. Maybe the cat tarot, actually, not the Rose. because the cats are here. And like, they feel like, hey, you used us for the thumbnail and then not again. Do you guys see that? There we go. That's better. Not having opinions about things today. Okay. Valid. Sorry, I'm playing with the light. Trying to get those to stop. But maybe if I don't point them out to you, you won't notice. Aurora. Aurora? How do I say your name? Hello, with 420 viewers. Love that. Welcome in. Soy bot. Okay. Raid. Hi, Raiders. Aurora. Soy bot. You guys are hilarious. I love it. Hello. I feel like my frame rate is not right. Thank you, Brandon. Yes, we can keep the readings open. And if you need to leave at any time, you are more than welcome to. Also, oh, you guys, whoa. Red Boy, thank you so much. And Brandon, right back to back. To the Raiders, new community members. Congrats, congrats. Let me try and fix my app stop just really quick. You stay put. Stay exactly where you are. Actually, I need you to model for me. I need you to be a good model for me. Okay, let me see. ISO is low. What is my app stop? Oh yeah, it's super low. That's all fine. That's not what I want to change. I want to change this. There we go. There's still lines, huh? I really guess 50 is the best. That's crazy. Alright then. I guess it's settled. Wow. This chat is going crazy with all these Spanish memes. Let me think. Hold on. Let me translate something really quick. Slam, thank you.
Slam_Duncan03 just gifted 5 subs. Peter_Bell_Sitcher24 just resubscribed for 17 months.
I'm gonna attempt to say something to them. Okay, ready? Hola, Raiders. Aquí solo hablamos inglés, así que puedo entenderlos. Tuve que traducirlo en Google para decirlo. Lo siento. Por favor, intenta hablar tu mejor inglés mientras estés aquí. Gracias. Okay. Thank you. I did my best. I was trying to be understandable for everyone. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. I thought she was a Spanish-speaking streamer. That's what I thought was happening. I want to hear it in Hungarian. Guys, let's just cut it right there. Also, can we get back into serious mode because this is very serious. I wasn't expecting there to be so many Spanish chats, though. I needed to do something about that ASAP. It's good for me to practice my English. Good. Well, we speak very slowly here, so hopefully you can understand. We are doing tarot readings today, but we do also do ASMR only on most other days. I'm changed my Spanish brain for English brain. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, awesome. Yes. That would be great. Thank you. All right, Mario, I would like you to choose between deck number 1, número 1, and deck number 2, número 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I will say, if there's a language I feel the most confident in attempting, it is Spanish. 1 kiwi hairball. Okay. Next. Splitting this into 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Two VV Max Labs. I'm gonna split these. No, I'll do it. You can pick 2 cards from this one, and then we're gonna do some cat tarot deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've been really good at splitting these cards. I'm pretty sure there's only 44 in here, so I've been splitting them perfectly in 4. 2 cards out of 11. 3. 1, 2, 3. And 6. Ooh, very interesting. Alright, I'm going to shuffle the cat tarot, and then the same thing will apply. I want to do a Spanish speaking stream soon, but I don't think I would be very good at it. It would take me so long to translate everything. I wouldn't be very good at conversation. It would be me just like trying to say different sentences to you. Shuffling. And then 2 decks. We got 1. And now we are ready for you to choose between deck number 1 and deck number 2. Thank you, Jake. Let's get you on the list.
Appreciated less than 3. Thank you, Jake. Jake Carly 159. Jake Tap.
1. Splitting again. 1 and 2. Asking about a belief that you're holding on to. What do you need to release? Matthew's piano. Thank you. I think that was for a tarot reading. 1. Might need to split these up again. And to do it a fun way, I'll have you pick 1 card from here and 1 from the other deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Out of 10, picking 1 card. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, keeping that aside. The stack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. 1 card out of 9. 9. Alright, keeping that exactly as it is because the cat tarot has a right side and an upside down. So we have to be very specific. Thank you for gifting Aroa a sub. Miss Kiwi, come here,
They
baby.
have given 447 gift subs in the chat.
Come. Good girl. Everyone's back in her perfect spot. Alright. Back to our first cards. First things first. Unbound. Releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. Maybe there's something about this belief, this conviction, that comes from a past life. No wonder it's so hard to shake. That's crazy. We also have the priestess. How are you being called to step up and lead? How are you being called to step up and lead? Then we have the, I believe, 6 of Swords. I will have to verify that. A sword, nonetheless, upside down, with a tear in the carpet. And then we have the 10 of Cups, upright. So, an upside down sword with a tear and an upright 10 of Cups, following Unbound and the Priestess. We're going to start with those two and then work from there. Unbound is page 108. 108. 99. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. Unbound reads as follows. Releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. It is time to release old soul stories that have been playing out in your life. They are coming up to be healed. There has never been a safer time to clear these patterns than right now. I feel like this is the card to answer your question, and all of the subsequent cards are guidance for moving forward from this. Here you go. Take a look at the patterns in your life that you are ready to release. Ancient vows and contracts that your soul made that have an expiry date. It could be a vow of silence or chastity or poverty. It is time to unwind from them. This is the life in which you free yourself from trauma of lives past. What old ways of being have an expiry date? When you name them, you claim them, and they stop holding power over you. When acknowledging these old patterns, it is also important to acknowledge how they have served you up until now. For example, a soul pattern of playing small, caused by a soul fear of being seen or sharing your voice, would have served you by keeping you safe. In order to grow, you now need to soften by receiving and calling in support. It is time to unbind from the old ways of being that are no longer sustainable. Here's your activation. Hold this card on your heart and say, I release all old soul stories, vows, contracts, and patterns that are no longer aligned with who I came here to be in the present time. I carry the lessons, growth, and gifts, but I no longer choose to live the same story. May I be unbound, unbound, forever unbound. Feel free to repeat that on your own time. We have the Priestess card to follow that one up. And I have a feeling this is part of the stepping into your own light, into your voice. I feel like that example might not have been too far off, so let's read this. The Priestess says, how are you being called to step up and lead? The Priestess is a teacher dedicated to service, freedom, and leadership. You don't need to have it all together to lead, and in fact, it helps if you don't. No one wants a perfect angel who has never made any mistakes. Let your life be your message. Don't underestimate the power of sharing your story. It's by hearing someone else's journey that we feel less alone. We realize that we're actually all in this thing called life together. The difference between a follower and a leader is that a leader has the courage to go first. In stepping out, they shine a light on the path for others to venture forward to. Don't fret too much about trying to work out who is in your tribe. Don't get stuck in age, income, or occupation. The best way to discover your tribe is to look in the mirror. If you feel called to lead, chances are it is because at some point in your life you longed for someone to lead you. Your tribe are longing for exactly the same thing as you were and are, and might only be one step behind you. Heck, they may even be right alongside you. You don't need anyone's permission, just the courage to stand up. Embrace your struggles, the peaks, the troughs. You don't need to know the way. Just believe that there might be one. Your tribe is waiting for you, so step forward so that they can find you. How are you being called to step up and lead? And more importantly, how can you be the leader that you wish you had? Moving along, we have the Six of Swords, and I've opened right to it. In reversed, this card says, sometimes we aim to stretch, but our claws just get stuck in the carpet, making us feel a little trapped. You don't have to stay stuck, but you do have to take a good, hard look at what you did to help create the circumstances. So there is no change without responsibility. is kind of what that card, I feel like, is saying. And lastly, we go to the cups. 10 of cups. And upright, this card reads, let's face it, 10 cups is a lot for one alone. The alignment of beautiful bowls can be a protective barrier above your head, or something to keep an eye on. But the prettiest bowls still hurt when they tumble. Upright, the sight of the rainbow means an end to hard times, especially where family is concerned. There's great happiness ahead. Think togetherness and not competition. Not a bad time to think about buying a new home either. Just make sure it has lots of big windows to let in rays of sunshine. Another announcement from Cherie. If anyone would like a free community reading, please send Cherie a whisper chat at Cherie, SINCHOBE. Synchobe. Mario, what do you take away from this? How do you feel about these cards? Alright, well. Oh, there you are. Sorry. I was waiting. I think the chat was maybe a bit delayed too. Matthew's piano. I'm glad that reading was accurate for you, but guess what? It was actually for somebody else. We can still do your reading. I don't know where you are in the queue, but you're somewhere. I like Matthew's piano. That is just a piano as the profile picture. That's Matthew's piano, alright. I love it. Hello, Orion's Belt. How are you? First time chat. I saw that. We'll see what he says. Have a good night, Tanner Elsie. You have a new song. That's wonderful. Alright, Chris. This is for the community, so I'll go ahead and skip it for now. And we will move along to Lord and Darian. Are you still here? Lord and Darian. I need to sit against something. My back is getting tired. Why are you too scared to sleep while the stream is on? Because you're worried it's gonna be loud? I hope not. That would make me so sad. I'm clearly not doing a good job. Hello. Alright. Let me see if this is a public or a private question. You don't want to miss out on anything. You can always watch the replay on YouTube while it's up. This is public deck of choice. Ooh. Will I be able to have a romantic relationship with the friend I have been texting and letter writing with for the past several months? Letter writing? Like real letters? Like penmanship and everything? No way. That's awesome. Thank you. Literal letters. That's so cool. I love that. Well, let's see. Deck of choice. I'm not sure what I want to pull for you. Because part of me just wants to be like, of course you're gonna have a wonderful relationship. You know? I feel like me and this Work Your Light deck have been going really well together today. I'm gonna keep on carrying on with that one, I think. How is everyone feeling? Yeah, I wish I had some coffee. I think I do have a leftover Starbucks, but it's out there. Can't see if it's on the counter. Do I drink coffee this late? Only if I need to, which I feel like I might right now. My coffee of choice is a cold iced latte or frappuccino, blended drink. I like cold coffee, not warm coffee. All right. We have number 1 and number 2. 1 and 2. This is for Lord and Darian. Number 1. One more split. 1 and 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Number 2. 3 cards out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 3 cards out of these 8. Any 3 that are calling to you. Three, 4, and 7. 4, and 7. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Very interesting. All right, so first card we have is Anna, the grandmother of Jesus. Which I don't know who that is, but here she is. She's here with us now, and this card represents seeding the light, laying foundations, divine plan. Okay. Next, just a solid, just say yes. So I'm assuming that's a yes to your question. And then we also have this card, which I think is an interesting, it's so interesting. So the way that this card looks in color and this card looks in color, it almost feels like it's through that little portal, but you're still like on the road to get there. You're still laying the seeds to get to this beautiful, colorful world, but you still have to get through this portal. There's kind of some stormy weather too. It's so interesting. So let's go ahead and deep dive into these. I'm really enjoying this deck today, I've got to say. Alright, starting with Anna. Anna. Page number 88. Anna, grandmother of Jesus, was an ancient mystic who dedicated her life to laying the foundations for Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness to be woven through all of life. She is not widely known, but without her, Christ consciousness would not be rising as it is today. Anna represents the quiet dedication that is sometimes required to live a life of service. She represents the generations that came before, that devoted their lives to dreaming a new world into being, while knowing that they would not see the glorious end results. She represents the dutiful soldier, the unconditional mother, and the mystic who can see the thread that is woven through all of life. Anna teaches us that we all have a part to play in the divine plan. It doesn't have to be on the world stage to be significant. Remember, earlier, powerful, what was it? It was like we got a full yes, positive, precise, personal, private. It doesn't have to be on the world stage to be significant. It can be inside of you. One person's part is not worthier than another. One person's part may be to mother their children. Another's may be to gather women in a circle each month. No part is better or worse, more important or less significant. We each have within us a seed of light that we incarnated to share. Anna is gathering us all to remember and surrender to our part of the plan. Interesting. So again, it seems like there is an aspect of this that is saying it's all part of the plan. We're sowing the seeds of service. We have an activation for this one, so I'm going to hold it for you. Romantique. Welcome back. Oh, just kidding. Welcome in for the first time. Thank you for the prime sub. Repeat after me. Beloved Anna, thank you for laying the foundations for the divine plan. May the seeds of light within me be revealed, and may I surrender to my part of the divine plan. Yes is next. Page number 28. I'm not going to say all of this, but I think you get the idea. Don't overthink it, just say yes. Alright. And now, how do you get there? Through the initiation. Which is there it is, number 68. Each page had an 8 in it. 88, 28, 68. They all ended with the number 8. I just think that's interesting. The initiation, rite of passage, crossing the threshold. Some of the most sacred initiation chambers and temples look scary from the outside, but they are breathtakingly beautiful on the inside. This represents the journey that the soul pilgrim is required to take to reach somewhere sacred. But only the initiated can enter. Perhaps that's where you are right now. You are being tested, initiated, because you're heading somewhere sacred. Initiations require that we cross the threshold from one world or state of being to the next. We are called to face what scares us and have to be willing to lose it all in order to gain a new way of being, of safety, of security, of depth, of meaning. Initiations, like rites of passage, mark the shift from one age, like being single, to the next, being in service to someone in a relationship. I'm making my hair crazy by holding these cards like this. It can take place between, initiations like the rites of passage mark a shift from one age to the next and can take place because of emotional turmoil, great loss, grief, or devastation. But it is through the seeming hardship that our heart cracks open and our spirit is invested to step forward. We take this sacred voyage into more of who we are and who we came here to be. It can be painful and scary, but once we begin the journey, we can be more ourselves than ever before. You are in the middle of an initiation right now. You will get through it, and one day soon, you will bless the thing that broke you down and cracked you open, because the world needs you open. You are going somewhere sacred. It will be worth it, and you're closer than you think. thoughts? I'm not sure. I can see aspects of the first and final card in my life. What do you think about? Oh, wrong one. This one then, since you don't relate to it. Or I guess since you didn't mention it, do you feel like it just is so self-explanatory? You're like, okay. Let me pull up the rest of this and see if there's anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 cards left. Which one do you feel like you need to choose out of these 5? Let's pick one more. Thank you. You are amazing. Thank you. I think number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was wondering what was going to happen if you chose this one. So, are you feeling like you're more in line with a no than a yes? Because it certainly seems like it might be that way. Does this feel like it's more accurate? 2 stormy skies instead of 1. How interesting. Of course, I can't say what's right or wrong for you. I can only offer you more options. Maybe sit with it for a bit. We read this card earlier on the stream. You can always go back and watch. Almost a middle path. I see. We'll take some time with it. This was a card in the deck. Maybe that has some application. We have this one as well. Have you answered your deepest calling? This is another one. Awakening. And lastly, Lemuria. Creating heaven on earth. It's happening. So these were the other 4. Interesting, interesting. I pulled out the fairies. I'm just gonna pick one. Just one. And I'm not even gonna shuffle. I'm just gonna pick it from right here in the middle. I always pick this one. North, south, east, and west. I picked it from right there in the middle. I always pick this card. It's the first in this deck, and it says, when this card is drawn, you may be feeling lost and in need of some direction. Call on these fairies for support. Remember that it's okay to be at the exploring stage of a career, a relationship, a project, and to not have all of the answers yet. Give yourself to the unknown. Like our Earth long ago, you too have to start somewhere and plant those seeds. Awakening just jumps out. Let me read that one for you before I put these away. Number 90. You are going through a period of awakening. Things are changing within you and at many levels. You are starting to remember ancient truths and discovering more and more about who you are and why you incarnated. You may find that you are experiencing past life flashbacks, seeing the invisible thread that is woven through all of life, or even feeling Kundalini Shakti rise through your body from the base of your spine. The most important thing for this time is not to overthink it and to stay grounded. Share your experiences with like soul people while you consciously integrate them. Journal and pay attention to your dreams. You are remembering, and your soul gifts are emerging. During this time of transition and awakening, you may be called to devote yourself to being of service. There are ideas, truths, concepts, books, and creations waiting to be birthed into this world. Stay open to receiving them. Pulling this card may be a sign that you are here to birth one of these creations into the world. Or perhaps you are being called to make a shift in your life in order to be of service. Don't think too much about it. Instead, repeat the following work your light activation. Hold the card to your heart and say, I surrender to my awakening. I allow the Shakti energy to rise from the base of my spine. I open myself up to the universe, using me in a way that delights my mind, body, and spirit. Thank you for your reading. That was very interesting. My soft voice makes you want to fall asleep. You're more than welcome to. Thank you. Take just a little break. Once again, I'm gonna go grab my glass of water from the table right there, that little table, and I'll probably bring it a little closer so I can drink it a little more often, and then we shall continue. We've got about 4 more readings in the queue, one of which is a community reading. So if you have been listening today and you feel like you have a question you would really like to ask, it feels like just the perfect time for you, but you're not quite able to afford a reading, or you're just, hesitant to commit, you can always send your question in a whisper chat or a DM on Discord, I guess. @Sinchobe, @SINCHOBE, and then we will at random select a question that feels important. While I get a drink, feel free to grab some water for yourself as well. Also, I saw someone joined the YouTube membership. It was DTM. Thank you for joining. I might go look for my coffee too. I won't mute you this time though. I won't be gone too long. And the ice is already out of the freezer, so I don't need to be rummaging around in there, which is what I did last time. My poor bed brain. Who is that in the back? It's Ariana Grande playing on a speaker. She's singing her heart out. She always is. Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the microphone. I might have to turn my background music up louder. Louder. I'll turn myself up to there. That should be okay. Alright. Let me drink some of my coffee. No, I usually tell you if I'm going to the bathroom. Getting a drink was not code for anything. It was me going to get a drink. Alright. Aiden, are you ready? Excellent. Let's do it. Life has been crazy for the past few months. I would like a reading about my future. Cool. Let's go ahead and do the karma cards then. And I will shuffle them for you. This background song is named, on my end of things, hold on, "528 Hertz new, fresh, positive energy meditation music from Nature Healing Society. 528 hertz, new, fresh, positive energy meditation music. That's literally the file name, and probably on their website what it's called. Have a good night, Mark. Thank you for being here. You're welcome. No problem. All of the music is always by Nature Healing Society. What did you get to eat, Michael? Ooh. I got some chicken tikka masala last night. It was so good. With some garlic naan. And I tried bhatura. That was pretty good. I didn't dislike it. Banh mi sounds very good though. Good night, Red Boy. Enjoy your nap. I don't know what time it is in Australia, but I'm not sure it's nighttime, so enjoy your sleep. Alright, Aiden, here's your first card. We are doing a general future reading. So we're asking for outcome-based responses. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 planets for you to choose from. 12 planets, 1 through 12. Picking one card. Which one would you like? 1 through 12. Which planet calls to you? Number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Then we have the signs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. There we go. 11. That makes my job nice and easy. And lastly, the houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. YouTube chat, if you're still awake, can you send me the number 1? Send me the number 1 or a W. Big taps in the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you're asleep, then I guess you could like send a llama or something. But only if you're asleep. Okay, no worries. YouTube, are you asleep? Only like 5 people chatted. Oh my gosh. You must be asleep. All right. true. We have Mars in Libra in the 5th house. Future outcome is as follows. Spiritually, there will be the drive for cooperation to perfect the power of love. The drive for cooperation to perfect the power of love. Mentally, you will have the confronting of decisions about investment gambles and other games. The confronting of decisions about investment gambles and other games. Lastly, physically, there will be action resulting from the fairness shown by your creations. Action resulting from the fairness of your creation. So again, spiritually, there's a drive for cooperation to perfect the power of love, while simultaneously there is a mental confronting of your decisions or others' decisions about investment gambles and other games. And lastly, there's going to be action taken resulting from the fairness shown by your creations. Let's go ahead and flip these over. This reads, spiritually, these are your action steps, by the way. Spiritually, energize relationships with the trust of a child, sometimes also known as innocence, naivety. Trust is usually hard for people who have been jaded and burned to come by, right? We don't trust very easily or instinctively like a child does. So, energize relationships with the trust of a child. Confront the beauty of fun, romance, and making art. I would say confront the beauty by engaging with it. Confront the beauty, engage with the beauty mentally of fun, romance, and making art. And physically, force yourself to do it with your partner or partners, and do it dramatically. Force yourself to do it with your partner or partners, and do it dramatically. Emphasis on the force yourself. Very interesting. What are your thoughts, Aiden? I feel like there's been a lot today talking about service to others. Hold on a sec. Where is my keyboard? A little click clack ASMR. I'm listening to this in the background of my Twitch stream. Layers deep. Love that. Alright, hold on, I'm coming back to the chat. Alright, Aiden, I want to, before I completely leave you for the next reading, pull one more card for you. Just for fun. I'm also going to try and light the side of my face with this block. It worked pretty well. Alright. And by this block, I mean a window on my computer screen. It is a new camera setup. We are trialing it tonight. What do you think? Yeetussie. Thank you. I think we'll go ahead and close the readings now. For now. Thank you. That's a phenomenal username. Yeetussie. Unless I don't know something, but it sounds funny to me. Oh my. So cute. Ridiculously adorable. I'm gonna pull you a fairy card. Fairies! Fairly Odd Parents. Can you put this in all capitals? So it's like close, like big, and maybe with like 2 asterisks on either side. Or like 1 asterisk, you know what I mean. 2 asterisks in total, 1 on either side. Thank you. I want it to be very, very clear. Do you like doing tarot card readings? Yes, I do. I love doing this a lot. I started doing these for one of my good friends over the phone during COVID. I would do them on FaceTime for her. And then I did them on the stream one day, and I've been doing them ever since. Whoa. Alright, this is your card. Ooh, Desire. Desire, what do you have to tell us? A little thing called desire. Mm-hmm. 81. Undine is a figure of a European myth, a water nymph with a beautiful singing voice who becomes human after she falls in love with a man. You may be familiar with her story from the Disney animated classic The Little Mermaid, which was based on this tale. The legend has evolved over the years, but one basic tenet has remained the same. If the man whom Undine loves is unfaithful to her, he dies. Whew. When this card is drawn, you may want to examine your desires, whether they are romantic or related to a career, creativity, or something else. What do you want right now and why? This keeps coming up in every reading. It feels important to just point that out. What do you want right now and why? Getting very clear on your own personal desires. And privately, quietly, remember, it doesn't have to be on the world stage. Consider if what you want is truly what would be good for you at this moment. That's a hard question to ask yourself, but consider it. Consider if what you want is truly what would be good for you at this moment. Sometimes our desires reveal authentic needs, and other times they are based in jealousy, peer pressure, or even selfishness. Question your desires, and if it's really what you want, then go for it. Have you ever tried Reiki before? I have. Also, thank you, Aiden, for the reading. Big emphasis on getting clear about what you want, and with the trust of a child, moreover. Also, emphasis in all of these readings on figuring those things out for the greater purpose of all involved, not just for yourself, for humanity's sake. How can you show up for humanity's sake? T-Storm 1986, hello. Calling you out. Hello, hello. Next we have, Johnstone 7777, and Patriotic Seal is after that. Are both of you here? Johnstone, are you here? Yes, he just chatted. Patriotic Seal on YouTube, are you still here? Hopefully you are. Hello, Arctic Wolf. Are you back with some antics today? Or are you gonna be relaxed? Just a quick question. Will I be able to rewatch the VOD just to write things down? Yes, it is on YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel, I think it just was up on the screen. But it's the same as this. They're on YouTube, the VODs. So you can rewatch. And I would recommend taking screenshots of the cards so you can look them up later if you feel inclined to. Alright, well, Patriotic Seal, let me know if you're back in the chat. Can I change my name to Clyde Love Cherie? Sure you can. But make sure you add a bunch of sevens. Seven. Don't forget. Hi, Daisy. How are you? Alright, Johnstone, your question is public, and you are doing the Divine Tarot deck. And you say, will I achieve the goals that I set for myself? Will I achieve the goals that I set for myself? Let's see. I'm going to keep this out because it looks like somebody else is doing a reading with this in a little bit. Interesting with you being a 7 life path. How do you know that? You little creeper. Kiwi is out. She is. She's sleepy. Sleepy girl. Just shuffling these cards for you, Johnstone. Also, political seal. I'm going to do a last call for you before we move your reading down to the pending channel. Political seal. Asking about a horoscope reading for Libras, which I can do off the top of my head. If you are not still here, he's not in the chat. Alright, we can go ahead and move him to pending then. For now. A long time ago I asked you your life path and you looked it up on stream. I doubt that I had to look it up because the first time I looked it up was like, man, 2 or 3 years before I even started doing live streams. I would say maybe even longer than that, honestly. Like 2017, 2016. And I was like, it makes perfect sense I'm on life path 7. Because that's my favorite number. And I've always felt like, I don't know, when there has been 7s in my life, it has brought me good luck. No worries, Aiden. It was my pleasure. Thank you for being such a great participant. Sorry, I have some random hairs on me. I don't know if I showed you guys. I think I did on the lo-fi stream, but I really am getting freckles. I have some concealer on them, but I'm very soon never gonna have to draw them on again. I'll have them for real. Pretty cute, pretty cool. Alright, Johnstone. Here we are. We are shuffled. We have deck number 1 and deck number 2. This is the Divine Tarot. We are asking, will you achieve the goals you set out for yourself? Pretty deep question. I'm not sure if we'll get a full straightforward answer, but we're going to see what the cards have to offer. 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Which one do you choose? 1 or 2, 1 or 2. Number 1. Splitting again. 1 or 2. Two. You are a second pinnacle of 7 and you love it. What does that mean, being a pinnacle? Last but not least, 1 or 2. 1 or 2. These cards have a nice texture on them. 2. Alright. I'm gonna have you pick 2 cards from here. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 cards. Four. 2 cards. Number 4 and number 7. scared the crap out of me. I see you. That was scary. Hi, sweetie. What you doing? Did that wake you up too? What happened? Oh, hold on. Kiwi needs some loving. My sweet girl. Oh, she's stretching. Oh, good night. Right back down. Alright. Here we go. We have 2 cups. I picked them upside down. I can't remember if this deck has upright and reversed. It does. So they were both reversed. The 3 and the Page of Cups. Let's see how this corresponds to your goals. Cups. Page of Cups. This card says, the Page of Cups is connected to his emotions and expresses himself wholly, like wholly, with youthful purity. In this card, one of the 7 young moon siblings plays with Tuer Shen, the Chinese god of relationships who ties the red thread of fate that connects lovers. In reversed, however, this card symbolizes bad news, jealousy, obsession, childhood problems, and immaturity. I'm not sure, again, will you achieve the goals you set out for yourself? I think that depends on how you show up, and right now this card I feel like is trying to depict that there is some immaturity lying here. Jealousy, obsession, childhood problems, bad news. Let's go to the 3 of Cups. Oh, and it fell. This card states, the 3 of Cups represents camaraderie and a good time. The Apsara are celestial beings of the sky known for dancing, partying, and other activities. The joyous group oversees fertility rites, the performing arts, and the fortunes of gambling. In reversed, again, overindulgence, so similar to this, obsession, overindulgence, infidelity, disintegrating bonds, gossip, isolation. There seems to be a personal message coming through here, and I'm sure that this will reach you in whatever way that it is meant to, or, however deeply it is able at this time. You are not going to be able to achieve anything until you address this part of yourself. There is a very clear light shining on some pretty bad behavior, I would say. And it's not behavior that can't be remedied. And by no means is this permanent personality behavior. If anything, it's learned survival traits that you have picked up along the way to help you socialize with other people and in your own mind become more relatable, more digestible, but it's upside down because I pulled it that way. There's some parts of you that need some very clear attention. And to move on from that, I'm going to ask for some advice. And I'm going to come back to the deck I've been working with so well today. Work your light. I'm gonna pull a couple cards from here. But again, I want you to keep in mind that even though it may feel like a harsh response to your question, the fact that your question is so big, will I achieve the goals of my life? The universe wants to be really honest with you about maybe the fact that if that answer at this current time is no, why? Why is that answer no? The universe is really nice like that. It will usually tell you what you're doing wrong. And sometimes if you can't figure out what you're doing wrong, it's because trying to figure it out is the thing you're doing wrong. But right now, it seems like the universe is allowing you to get a clear answer. And that is that despite, asking about your goals, the universe is kind of like, well, regardless of those, you're not going to get anywhere until you navigate some of these more prevalent things within yourself. And that makes sense. I would say that's pretty justified coming from the universe to do that. So, I'm going to have you pick. Let's do 2 more cards. Deck number 1. Hold on, these are not split very evenly. There we go. Deck number 1. Deck number 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Which one? 1, 2, 2. All right. Coming back here. 1, 2. Asking for some further guidance. 1, 2. Further guidance. Piggybacking off of what we just received, maybe with some better action steps. Number 1. I'm going to split this again so I can give you very limited options. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1, 2. 1. Okay. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Go ahead and pick your 2 cards. Out of 6, pick your 2 cards. Have a good night, Erin. Thank you for being here for so long. Good night, good night. 2 cards, 2 cards. Out of 5, 1 more card. 1. So again, we have the initiation. The initiation rite of passage, crossing the threshold. But this time, it's coupled with break the chain, and I feel like that couldn't be more perfect. Look. You look like you're on the other side, but you're looking back into the darkness that you just came from. And the storminess. Like, what? Look. That's crazy. So, let's read this to this. That's crazy. Wow. That's so cool. Okay. We have the initiation. My apologies for taking a moment. 68. Once again, some of the most sacred initiation chambers and temples look scary from the outside, but are breathtakingly beautiful on the inside. This represents the journey that the soul pilgrim is required to take to reach somewhere sacred. But only the initiated can enter. Perhaps that's where you are right now. You are being tested, initiated, because you are headed somewhere sacred. Initiation requires that we cross the threshold from one world or state of being to the next. We are called to face what scares us, like, for instance, releasing some of those behaviors that we just talked about as a way to protect yourself, becoming a little bit more vulnerable again, so to speak. We are called to face what scares us and have to be willing to lose it all in order to gain a new way of being, of safety, of security, of depth, and of meaning. Initiations, like rites of passage, mark the shift from one age into the next, and they can take place because of emotional turmoil, great loss, grief, or devastation. But it is through the seeming hardship that our heart cracks open and our spirit is invested to step forward. We take the sacred voyage into more of who we are and who we came here to be. And I don't think you came here to gossip, to be jealous, to overindulge. I think you came here, like most of us, to be in service to others. So, if you are in the middle of an initiation right now, you will get through it, and one day soon, you will bless the thing that broke you down and cracked you open, because the world needs you open. You are going somewhere sacred. It will be worth it, and you are closer than you think. And to follow it up, we have Break the Chain, page 60. Ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future. You are being called to heal your family line or free yourself from living the life of your ancestors. This is huge, very deep. This could mean letting go of an old pattern, such as the behavior we talked about, of your maternal or paternal line. So again, similar to Mario's reading, this could be a karmic thing. It could be from a long generational line of people. But it's your job, all the same, to break it and do something different. That's your purpose now. That maybe is the life purpose that you're not really realizing you're supposed to be fulfilling, and it's waiting for you. It's like, hello, whatever you think your purpose is, it's actually this. Healing trauma from the past that is not even yours, or observing old ways of being that no longer serve you. We carry emotional trauma in our luminous field for up to 7 generations back. This is why family patterns can be the hardest to break. Raise your hand if you feel like that's true. I do. Often, they are not even ours to begin with. But we do not know another way of being, and so we continue playing out the drama. Drama. The thing to notice when ancestral healing comes up is that you cannot heal another person. I want to repeat that because the sirens are a little bit distracting. The thing to notice when ancestral healing comes up is that you cannot heal another person. But your own healing, this is important, your own healing can cause another person to choose themselves to also heal. So again, you cannot heal somebody else, but through healing yourself, you can inspire the action of the other person to also heal themselves. Energy is freed up. You are being guided now to look at your life and decide how you want it to be. Again, this is coming up every single reading. Now is the time to reflect on who you are, and part of the 12th house breakdown was that we're not looking at the first house, who we are in light of other people. I'm talking about who are you when no one is around and you're in that secret version of yourself. Who is that? And who do you want that person to be when no one's there, when the lights are down, when the secrets are out? What do you want that to really be? Who do you want that to look like? You can always change it privately, quietly. You don't have to announce it to anyone. But you can internally make different decisions starting right now, starting today. You can do research, become a student, instead of feeling like not only do you already know everything, but you know everything and it's still not working. Well, maybe if it isn't working, what's the harm in admitting you might not know everything? Admitting you might still have things to learn. If anything, it should breed some hope that there's still a way forward that doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to feel like this. And for a lot of us, that's probably really nice instead of daunting. I know change can be scary, but when it's the change that you know you need, even if it's going to be really difficult, I know because I felt it before. And I always do feel it every time this happens. I know that when it comes down to it, the motivation that you receive from just imagining how much better your life could be if you put that work in, if you made those decisions inside of yourself, again, private ones, quiet ones, decisions that only you would really know the difference of, choosing to see things a different way, to judge things a little bit differently, maybe not at all. Those are quiet, private decisions, but the impact of them can be felt by a lot of people all around, and not just you. So, wouldn't you say that means they're still worth the time to make those quiet, private decisions all on your own, all by yourself? I think so. So, let me see. Ask yourself this. What ways of being or patterns are you ready to free yourself from? What part of your future do you want to rewrite? That is a crazy statement because we know the future hasn't happened yet, and still, some of us have already pre-predicted our path so strongly, so internally believably, that we feel like the future is set in stone. It's not. At any time, whatever your plan is, whatever your path is, you can pivot, you can adjust, you can slightly alter the end destination, and the entire journey will change for the better, just from a slight shift in where you're going. And maybe that shift is actually more aligned with where you always wanted to end up in the first place. But as you were on the journey, you had to take the time to realize, I'm not sure if this is actually where I'm wanting to go. And you're still getting there, so you have time to change your destination, your mind. The closer you get to the destination, the harder it is to change where you're going, but it can always be done. And even after you get there, you can always go somewhere else. So, realistically, the future is never set in stone, because we're always in the present. So guess what? That means you can always rewrite the future. What part of your future, if you could rewrite it, would you choose to? Now is the time to shake all of that stuff off and dream a new future into being, one that is unburdened by all of those previous behaviors being cemented into the plan. Well, if you're working around aspects about yourself that you can change, but you just weren't planning to, if you change them, it means you have new options. It means the entire course of events is now different because you're different. You're factoring in a different version of you. Interesting. Worth considering. Worth taking the time to really think about what you actually want, who you actually want to be. And even in those moments when no one is around, who you don't want to be, and then choosing not to be them anymore. It's up to you and nobody else. But you have help. You have tons of support. And the more that you support yourself in becoming this best version, the easier it will be for people to reflect that support back to you and support you just by being around you, supporting yourself. That's how it happens. Here's a little action. What old ways of being from your family line are you ready to let go? Seek assistance from your support team. Again, your friends, your tribe, a healer, a coach, etc. Or the wisest voice within yourself. Seek assistance to begin freeing yourself from it now. Right now. Good night. Well. Thank you, Johnstone, for that reading. I love when everyone's like, this reading really hits. And it's only for one person. That's how you know it's a good day. I'm glad you're feeling inspired. That's what I'm here for. Jake from YouTube, not from State Farm, but from YouTube. Are you still here? Jake with a question about a potential job offer. Jake. And after that, Matthew's piano, you are finally up. We have Jake, Matthew's piano, and then Yeetussie. Yeetussie. I'm gonna have to do your reading in a Texas accent. Alright, Jake. His question is public, so I'm going to read it. And it says, my question is about a potential job offer. Should I take the job even though it carries risks, or should I play it safe and not accept it right now? That's a great question. Public, deck of choice. I am going to I'm gonna do this really easy for us, because this is a really straightforward question. So we're gonna do a yes or no. We haven't done a yes or no today, or in a little bit, but we're gonna do a yes or no. Many people don't know this. The karma cards can also be used to ask yes, no, or maybe. Should you take the job? Should you risk the risk? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. We are asking, should you take the job? That is the question. We are asking yes or no. Should you take the job? Yes or no. Should you take the risk? Yes or no. 1 card out of 12. Which one would you like? 1 card out of 12. Which one would you like? Good night, Johnstone. Thank you for staying so long and waiting for your reading. I really appreciate it. Card 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Survey says Mercury, which I believe is a maybe. And I think it is a maybe on logic, reason, and the facts. So go by logic, reason, and the facts, not your feelings. So what does logic, reason, and the facts say? Tell me. Tell me what the logic says, not your emotions. What does the logic say? What does your logical mind say? The practical part of you. The stable, grounded, logistical side. What does that part of you say? Hello, welcome in. We are doing some tarot readings this evening. You really are stumped. So your logical brain doesn't know what to do. You're feeling indecisive. That makes sense. Well, let's say you take the job. Let's say you take the risk. Go ahead and pick 1 card for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Three. Alright. And I'm gonna have you pick another planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Also, Mod, you're more than welcome to ban that person outright. They came in here starting trouble. On purpose. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you take the job. Here is what you will encounter. In Pisces. In the 8th house. And this outcome reads as follows. Spiritually, you will experience an unusual example of spirituality to ultimately experience personal power. An unusual example of spirituality to ultimately experience personal power. Mentally, you will find a different way of looking at trusting your psychic knowledge of the mysteries in life. You will find a different way of looking at trusting your psychic knowledge of the mysteries of life. Lastly, physically, there will be an unexpected change resulting from the indecision of or about a major change. Interesting. The first two I love. The last. I don't know. An unexpected change, something you can't prepare for, of course, resulting from the indecision of or about a major change. So it kind of sounds like either way, you take the job or not, something's gonna happen. If you don't make a decision, something's gonna happen, and it's gonna be unexpected. So maybe taking the job will be an expected change, resulting from the decision about a major change. This could also be you take the job, and that's the major change, and that brings you to somewhere unexpected because of your hesitation, because of your indecision. I'm not sure, but it sounds like, regardless, this is gonna kind of have a weird way about it. Whatever it serves you for, whatever it brings for you, it's gonna do so in a very unexpected, unusual, different way. Either that is intriguing or it is worrisome. Here are your action steps. Stir up the situation by using your dreams as a life or death issue. Stir up the situation by using your dreams as a life or death issue. Be open mentally to new ideas about your idealization of getting and using power. I feel like this one you really need to listen to. Be open to new ideas about your idealization of getting and using power. And physically, invent a way. Conjure it up. Invent a way to be a part of something overwhelming and use other people's resources. Invent a way to be a part of something overwhelming and use other people's resources. Go ahead and take a screenshot of these for me. And I'm going to flip them back around. I can, of course, not tell you what to do. But it sounds to me like the risk will come with a reward of some kind. And that may be just in the form of new, unexpected experiences that would never have happened without the major change or the indecision about it. Moreover, the timing, I think, will be part of the impact of those unexpected changes, however long it takes you to make the choice. Thank you for your reading, Jake. That was very interesting. Matthew's piano. Are you still around? I saw that you wanted me to do a deck specifically about relationships, which I do have one. But I have felt like you are very welcome, Jake. Thank you. And again, here, let me pull one more card for you from my favorite deck of the day. I'm just gonna pull a random one. Well, there you go. Seems like life wants you to say yes right now. Step out of your comfort zone. Do things differently. Find a new path. Unexpected and wonderful things will come from it, I'm sure. Matthew's piano, hello. I have some cards for you here. Some relationship cards. I would love to shuffle these and have you choose. These are so hard for me to shuffle. They're very, very large. Shuffle them once they're in smaller groups. But for now, we have deck number 1 and deck number 2. I'm just going to give you number choices. 1 or 2. You'll have to just look into my eyes and choose 1 or 2. I don't want to spoil the cards for you. 1 or 2. This is for Matthew's piano. Finally, Matthew's piano, 1 or 2. 1. All right. Let me shuffle these now. Alright, I guess I could try to cover up the text with my fingertips, like so. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 2. Okay. One more time, without showing you anything about the cards other than the photos. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. One or two. Two. Okay. Let me flip these to give you the easiest time to choose from the photos. Some of these we have seen before, some of them are new. Try not to read the cards too much. We have number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, let me spread them and then count them. Don't read it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 cards. They each do have numbers on them. Some are more visible than others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Why don't you go ahead and pick 2 of them for me? Matthew's Piano, 2 cards out of 8. And 8. 2 and 8. All right. Number 2 says, attempting to control others attracts more to be controlled. Attempting to control others attracts more to be controlled. This is a reading about future love. Attempting to control others attracts more to be controlled. It is easy to understand how you would come to the conclusion that your path to feeling good is through influencing or controlling the behaviors of others, such as that of a relationship. Feeling like you need to control your affections from somebody else through your actions, through specific things of, behavior, things of being. But listen, as you attempt to control them through influence or coercion, you discover that not only can you not contain them, but your attention to them brings more like them into your experience. You simply, and I'm going to say this one more time, you simply cannot get to where you want to be by attempting to control or eliminate the unwanted. You simply cannot get to where you want to be by attempting to control or eliminate the unwanted. Every relationship I establish is eternal. It is our desire that you come to remember that every relationship is eternal and that once it has been established, it is part of your vibrational makeup forevermore. And that in your powerful now, where all that you have become converges with all that you are now becoming, you hold the power to create. And so your observation of a situation, wanted or unwanted, which remember, you cannot control the unwanted, so you must simply observe. No matter how remote you believe yourself to be in this observation makes you a co-creative partner of the experience. So remember how we have been saying all day, these quiet decisions that you make to yourself, those do usually come from external judgment, perception of the world that you then take in internally and make decisions about as to how you feel, what you think. So part of this is to say, every influence that has ever lent its hand to you is obviously still affecting who you are in every moment. The past, present, future all collide into now, right? You can still plan the future, it hasn't happened yet. And then also, on top of that, you have to understand that you cannot control anyone else now, moving forward. And by simply observing the situations, you're participating. So instead of trying to actively control things, taking action, maybe become more of an observer of the situation and react if it is called for. But know that just by being an observer, by being conscious, mindful during interactions, you are co-creating and co-experiencing. This one, my relationships are supposed to feel good. I'm gonna take a time to read just because we kept seeing it. And also the train is going by. Your life is supposed to feel good to you. Before your birth, you knew that the primary component of your physical experience that would offer the greatest value for your personal and collective expansion and joy would be the relationships that you would experience with each other. It was your plan to relish in the diversity of your relationships and to choose from them the details that would make up your creations. And here you are. So, again, there's an aspect of this that came up again. Where is it? Relish in the diversity of your relationships and choose from them the details that would make up your creations, which your truest creation is who you are, who you choose to project yourself to be, and who you do not want to be in your secretive self. Is that the hype train? You tell me. Is it? So, I don't necessarily have any advice on top of what this has already said, but I think a good takeaway, and I will pull a slightly different style of card for you to cap this off, because these can be a little vaguely worded at times, but I do like that it's saying soak in every interaction with the intention of allowing it to continuously mold you into an even more refined and accurate version of who you really want to be, which ties back to all the other readings of today. And also remember that these relationships with the people that you're co-creating or you're experiencing are in one way or another eternal, because they imprint on you and they last with you for as long as you're here. You know what I'm saying? The background noise makes the stream feel more personal. It's like I'm in the room. I love that. I love that those screeching squeals make you feel like you're here. But I'm gonna turn you down for just a sec. And we have Yitosi. You're up. And you want the divine deck, correct? Love that. I'm gonna get your cards shuffled, and then hopefully the train will be passed. No way. Thank you. Hey. Alright, we can have the train for the hype train. I think it's past though. I can't tell. It might still be going just a little bit. Oh yeah, it's still going. Yo, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What the heck? You know what would make me so happy, but I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. Because then I'll jinx it. I did no such thing. Alright, I'm getting these two halves shuffled. Nobody move. Yo, thank you. The most magical number ever. My favorite. Forever. That makes me very, very happy. And we've got the hype train here. Screeching. Screeching away. Oh. I jinxed it. Officially. It's fine. Take a screenshot. It's gone. No. Thank you, John. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Alright. Yitasi. I've got 2 halves here for you. I've got half number 1, half number 2. I don't know if there is a question for this. I can't see anymore, but got 1, we got 2. How successful will my relationship be with a future partner? I'm interested to see what this deck brings for you. You're good, no worries. So, 1 or 2? Also, let me take this off the screen. Hello. Are you gonna choose? What's behind door number 2? Let's find out. Let's find out. Sorry. I feel like our chats are delayed or something. Alright, or you're just making me wait to be silly. We have number 1, number 2. Asking about the success of a future relationship, future partner. Both, I'm not sure. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2 again. And splitting that into 2 one more time. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can pick as many as you feel inclined, since you're our last reading. I have a number in my head. We'll see if that's how many you pick. Sure. We can read. Okay. Go ahead and choose. That's how many I was thinking, Clyde. But they're welcome to choose as many as they feel inclined. Two, 4, 6, and 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. Sorry I was on delay. That is totally fine, John. Don't worry, you are totally fine. I would never be upset with that for happening. Whoa, we've got a story here. Yeetassie! What? Thank you. No way. Stop, what the heck? Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Congrats to everyone who didn't. Someone's chat being like, I didn't get one. You just messed me up. Congrats to everyone who didn't get a sub. Congrats. Losers. There it is, Arctic Fox. There you go. Oh my gosh, I can't even talk. Congratulations to everyone who got a sub. And to those of you who didn't, I'm sorry. Better luck next time. You don't understand. And I'm not gonna explain, so. Alright. We have a really interesting story happening here. Oh, Gabriel, thank you. It's my own fault for lurking. Stop. Very interesting story happening here. Also, one of the cards that was standing out to me, you pulled, and I'm very glad because I was really wanting to see what it says. We have the Hermit. We have the Sun. We have the Four of Coins, but also the Ten of Swords. Also, all of these were pulled upright. Red boy, I thought you were going to sleep. Surprise. Surprise indeed. Hello. Thank you so much for coming back. We're gonna start with the order these were pulled in. This one was first. And then it was followed by this. And then this, and then this last. So this is the order. Starting with this one. This, then this, then this, then this. I held them up a little backwards, but we're gonna read them in the order that they were drawn. Starting with the Ten of Swords. Also, I just want to say, sometimes these descriptions are not all ages friendly, so that's why sometimes I like skip words. Some of the other ones were a little, yeah, adult. Just so you know. Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords represents backstabbing and betrayal. Sedna's father pushes her from his kayak and chops off her fingers when she tries to cling to his boat. She sinks to the bottom of the ocean and becomes consumed with wrath, eternally seeking revenge. Upright, this card signifies bitterness, betrayal, rock bottom, I combined the next word, rock bottom, martyrdom, so like being a martyr, and severing ties. So cutting ties, betrayal, bitterness, almost a revengeful bitterness, I would say. Rock bottom. Maybe this is a time that was recently happening. This feels like something that could have already taken place, or that you're currently still feeling the sting of recently. And perhaps it caused you, this would make sense, to go here, to the Hermitude. The Hermit represents solitude and leaving responsibilities behind to focus inward. In the Celtic myth, the elusive white stag encourages people to drop everything and pursue spirituality. ChillRX, thank you. I am going to be singing on a song very soon. I'm working on it right now. It's coming very soon, trust me. Upright, this card signifies introspection, withdrawal, prudence, insight, and meditation. This is what everyone is being called to do right now, and I feel like maybe you are already doing this. Again, probably caused by the events that took place here. You were recently, or not so recently, very heavily betrayed. It caused you to become very bitter, and maybe you already kind of were in line with some of the readings of today where you recognized who you were turning into in that bitterness, and you decided to really take a deep, hard look at yourself in solitude, in isolation, and asked yourself, is this the person that I really want to become? Is this who I'm really trying to continue to grow into? And I'm sure you found the answer was no. That brings us to the Four of Coins, and I do know the story is about control, it's about lying, the condor and his wife. I've read this card a few times. The Four of Coins represents greed and an unwillingness to open up or share. Again, a lesson that could potentially have been tied to this event. It caused you to act a certain way. This is probably a reminder of the behaviors that you were already in acknowledgement of when you were doing your retrospective thinking, but just for further confirmation. Hello, Anonymous. Thank you. We do get the Four of Coins a lot with this deck, I agree. The condor covets his wife, who does not like his lifestyle or living with him. He recognizes her unhappiness, but is unwilling to make changes or set her free. So maybe there's an aspect of this story that still resonates with you. Perhaps you see yourself more as the wife, or perhaps you're also in the position of the condor. You're feeling, again, maybe like the previous reading, a bit controlling of something. You guys! No way! Also, Secret Way, thank you so much for gifting an ASMR membership on YouTube. Upright, hoarding, possession, financial stability, materialism, stinginess. Here's where I feel like the story is going. You were betrayed, you were backstabbed, you were, put in a position that caused you out of survival, and I think this rings true for a ton of people here today. Put in a place of survival where you holed up into your own little corner, became a hermit, started reflected your way enough out of the bitterness, the resentment, to the point where you could start to rebuild some things again. But the rebuilding has come from a place of scarcity, of fear, of, healing from the wound with survival in mind. Maybe not thriving, just surviving. So there's part of the system here that I still feel like has led to an unequal balance. Again, potentially you still feel like you're being controlled. You don't like your life, and it won't let you go. But I feel like it also might be that you're the one who is kind of hoarding a part of your existence all to yourself again, because of the fear of what will happen if you again let somebody in as deeply and as intimately as you did before. Doesn't mean it has to be romantic, but you know what I'm saying. I feel like there's an aspect of your existence that has become very selfish, very greedy, and it might not inherently seem that way because it's self-serving and you're the only person in your life right now. So it's like, how greedy can you really be if it's only you and you're not supposed to be sharing with anyone else? But there's something deeper being, asked to have a look at. And it's basically trying to say, whenever there is a person here again, what aspects of this behavior have been bred simply for survival's sake from this previous experience, and they're still inherently not aligned with who you would really want to be if you were to authentically show up, maybe pre-dating this event. How would your actions have been? How would you have perceived the situation, judged the situation, and therefore shown up in your actions? Maybe there's parts of this that don't seem selfish or greedy to you by yourself, but if you were to carry through with them and maintain this kind of existence with a new partner in a new relationship, it would very quickly come to pass that that's not sustainable for both of you. It's not sustainable in a setting of a relationship anymore. And you're gonna need to sacrifice either some of that hoarding, some of that greed, or you're gonna need to sacrifice being in a position of a relationship where you're serving somebody else's needs and desires on top of your own. Hoarding, possession, high fee, hoarding, possession, financial stability, materialism, stinginess. All things, again, that sound very based in survival, but do deserve a second look all the same, because this is where we want to end up. This is, kind of the complete opposite of standing alone. This one is standing alone in the middle of a forest at night. You're cloaked. We can't see anything distinctively identifying about you. And then we have out in the sun, on the lake, moreover, you're in the middle of the lake that's so visible and vulnerable. And yet, there's such a proud stance in this. I forget if this is Osiris or Isis, I can't remember which Egyptian god this is. Ra, it might be. That would make sense. The sun god. But it's very clearly a different energy to the hermit. a lot more proud. So, this card says, the sun is success, birth, confidence after passing through difficult times. Egyptian sun god Ra proves everything is illuminated with optimism, keyword optimism, and enthusiasm for the path ahead. Satisfaction, accomplishment, joy, luck, and vitality are signifiers of this card upright. So listen, bottom line, this was valid for you to be very hurt by. So much so to the point that you cloaked yourself up, went into hiding, went into solace, followed this white stag into your internal world, and did the best that you could at the time to start to heal some of the wounds that were given to you here. Start to walk away from the bottom of the ocean, float yourself back up from the sinking revenge and, I don't know, just constant feeling of bitterness, begrudgingness for what had happened. But from here, again, to summarize, there is behaviors that were adopted out of necessity, out of circumstance, so you wouldn't end up in this place again, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean moving forward those behaviors are going to be the best example. And if anything, they might come across as more selfish than you intend. So, to get here, to the confidence of the sun, the illumination of this raw God energy, I would say take one more look at some of these behaviors that, again, were adopted out of necessity. Maybe it's certain trust issues, maybe it's certain hyper-independent behaviors that are gonna cause you, even when you have an opportunity to let someone in, to subconsciously and, mostly unintentionally keep them at an arm's length, because that's just what feels safe. It's what feels, at this point, the most familiar. You've been alone by choice. It's going to be hard after being alone by choice and adopting a lot of those behaviors of being alone by choice and getting comfortable like that, to really let someone in and not have moments where those, isolated solo behavioral traits start to bleed over into the context of the relationship and highlight some of the differences between how you chose to act when you were wounded, hurt, and afraid, and alone, and then how you want to show up in the future moving forward now that you feel secure, confident, and supported with another person. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say about that one. At least with the cards that we pulled. I'm gonna pull one more baby card. A baby card. And I'm gonna pull it from the Work Your Light. And I'm gonna pull it without shuffling. Star Mother is back at the end to again ask us all, how can we show up and mother ourselves? How can we nurture ourselves? How can we support ourselves unconditionally when no one else is around. I'm going to read this card one more time. And then we will go ahead and begin closing out this week of streaming. There will be no more streams for the week. We will be back next week. There will be a new video out this weekend. But again, this is the last stream of the week. Whew. Listen up. This is for everybody. You are more held than you could possibly imagine. Loved and cherished so dearly that if you knew, you would not spend 1 second of your life in separation, worry, or fear. Let the mother carry your burdens. Let her rock away your fears. Lay all of your worries, regrets, shame, and guilt on her altar. Please, please, sweet child, do not fear. You are love in motion. If you allow it, you are already healed. Let her remind you of your goodness. Let her love away your fears. Your capacity to love and hold others is limited to your capacity to love and hold yourself. Be compassionate with your sweet body, mind, and soul. Remember the martyrdom aspect of that last card. Being a martyr is certainly not being kind to yourself, so remember to treat yourself like the beautiful spirit that you truly are. You are not above the pampering treatments that you may be jealous of other people for pursuing, right? You deserve those things too. Remind yourself that you are doing your best and try not to carry it all on your own. You have got this, and the mother has got you. Let her broad arms take away your burdens. Let her lift the weight of the world off of your shoulders. And forgive yourself, my dear, sweet child of the earth. That concludes our readings for today. And what a wonderful, large batch of readings it was. I'm sorry to the chat. I was paying very close attention to that card for a moment there. But thank you again to everyone who decided to take a leap of vulnerability today and do a reading with me. I hope that you all felt safe and enjoyed the messages, however brief or long they may have been. I'm just gradually getting everything picked up. We will go ahead and end this stream at 4:20. Hee. The last baby card nearly brought me to tears. It hit so close to home. Can we get a big hug in the chat? Big hug. That was a lot of very emotional discussion today. We had a little bit of a smaller audience. I appreciate that, because this was a lot of vulnerable stuff. So we're gonna take some nice deep breaths in just a moment here after I get everything all cleaned up. And I would encourage you, before you are too far away mentally, the time passes quickly and it passes anyway. So before you are too far away from me, I would like to guide you to your notebook or your notepad in your phone. And I want you to just take a quick summary in and of yourself. If anything that you may want to remember about the stream today, any takeaways that you feel are important in the future. Our collective reading talked about positive, precision, private, personal decisions being made internally, quietly, without display or spotlight, that still, no matter what, impact everything around. All things. These quiet choices that you make to be a better person, live a better version of life for you, ultimately impact everything, everyone around you. And again, sometimes I feel like we can put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we think of serving others, to try and be there for everyone, do everything at all times. And sometimes the only thing that we really need to do is say, I don't have space for this right now. I need some time to figure out what I truly want before I say yes or before I say no. Sometimes the best thing you can do for others is take time with yourself and figure out what you really want. What you want. What do you want? More importantly, what do you need? How difficult is it really to obtain those things? Or are you just scared of what will happen if you jump, if you pursue? Is negating the risk really worth staying where you are? Or is it worth it to potentially walk through a ton of open doors that are yet to be unlocked? In fact, some of which are so far off, you wouldn't even be able to imagine what they look like, closed or open. I think it's worth the risk, but that's just my humble opinion. In any case, I would love for you to take this time to close your eyes, put your hand on your heart, and take a nice deep breath in. And exhale. Place your hand on the screen and take a nice inhale. And exhale. Closing your eyes for one more inhale. And exhale. Opening your eyes. Relaxing. And if this is your last content of the evening, gently starting to turn that volume down. Down, down, down. We're gonna let you go to sleep now. And if you're not quite ready to go to sleep, I've got a ton of videos on my YouTube. Hours of videos. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for 112 new community members. And more importantly, for making our pre-existing community members always feel welcome, supported, and safe to express themselves. I appreciate you guys being here, co-creating this little moment with me, this tiny capsule of time that we were able to share together. And I'm sad it has to come to an end, but there will be another very soon. So don't you worry. Until then, have an amazing rest of your day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you may be on the earth right now. I bid you adieu. Farewell, ciao, for now, and I'll see you next time. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, whatever platform you're on. And stay tuned, because I'll be back with a lot more. Bye. Hey, did you leave yet? Don't leave. Wait, don't go yet. Don't leave yet. I forgot to tell you something really important. Are you still there? Hopefully you're still there. Hey, can you type something in the chat if you're still here, guys? A 1, a 7, finger guns, something, the word something. Put anything in the chat if you can hear me. YouTube, Twitch, hello. Listen, this is really important stuff and I can't believe I forgot. Listen up. On my Discord right now, I have a 2-week-long poll running. I just started it today. It says, what day of the week is the best for you personally to catch the live streams? What day of the week is the best for you personally to watch a new video? What time of the day is best for you personally to catch the live streams? If you want your opinion to be voted in, if you would like your voice to be heard in the poll, make sure you join the Discord and don't forget to vote. You are allowed to toggle multiple days. However, even if you can make all of them every day of the week. I would really prefer you pick maybe your top 3 days of the week that are the absolute easiest to make a stream on. No obstructing plans. Pretty consistently available. And not the day where like once a month it works for you. I'm trying to make sure that I can always meet different people's schedules, and in doing so, I'm taking a poll so I can figure out what schedules you even have and what will work best. So again, if you would like your time and your vote to be counted, you've got to join the Discord. The links are going to be in the chat. We'll put them a bunch of times. Join the Discord, vote in the polls, make sure that I can see when you are available so I can take your time into account. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Have an amazing rest of your day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are on the earth, whatever time it is for you. I'm sending so much love for the whole rest of this Labor Day weekend. And I will see you next week on Tuesday for another live stream. Thanks for listening. And we are going to raid. So go to Twitch if you want to raid. Go. Run. Run. Run, Forrest. Run. Okay, bye. Love you.